As still a young adult, I have a lot of anger. I have a lot of emotions, so I put all that into the bar, and when I lift the bar, you know, it's just power, power, power. Can you make me seem aggressive? Obviously, from past the accident, you know, all those things that happened to me, it still gets to me. Along the way, like, the anger kind of becomes into something positive, because it helps me push the bar, break the bar, as we say. The aim is showing that people with disabilities are kind of the same as people with able bodies. We can compete, we can, you know, do sports. We're all the same, but in our own unique ways, you know. Any sport, it can be your sport if you put your mind to it. You fight hard enough for it, it's yours.
If we could draw our attention to the big screen, we'll draw for our women's team event. Deciding which team faces off against which other team. Draw your attention to the big screen for the draw, please. Four teams participating in the women's team event: Chile, Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Match A, Mexico, Dominican Republic. Match B has Cuba, Chile. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the team. Match B features Team Cuba versus Team Chile. Team Chile, Camila Campos. Team Cuba, Amalia Gonzalez Jimenez. Team Chile, Naida Garces Cardenas. Team Cuba, Yaimi Bongo Medina. Team Chile, Mario Solano Gallardo. And Team Cuba, Lady Rodriguez Rodriguez. Chile versus Cuba. Please welcome the athletes from the A match, Mexico versus Dominican Republic. Representing Team Mexico, Miriam Aguilar Jimenez. Representing Team Dominican Republic, Josefina Nova Sanchez. Representing Team Mexico, Perla Patricia Barcenas León. Representing Dominican Republic, Arisleda de Jesus. Representing Team Mexico, Belen Sanchez Dominguez. And representing Team Dominican Republic, Zoraida Miliano. Mexico versus Dominican Republic. Direct your attention to the big screen as we select our technical officials for the field of play. Please welcome our technical officials to the field of play. Chief referee, United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Al-Karsh. Left side referee, Peru, Andrea Chirinos. Right side referee, Brazil, Luis Carlos Maria Halia. Technical Controller, Hungary, Tibor Gergo. Technical Delegate, Italy, Chiara Cifarelli. Loaders, 50 kilos, rack height 3. 50 kilos, rack height 3. Team's event starts in
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Buenos días, gusto en saludarles. Estamos ya en el último día de actividades de este Veracruz 2023 World para Powerlifting World Cup. En esta ocasión vamos a tener enfrentamiento por equipos, un cara a cara. Y el match número 1 está pactado entre México contra República Dominicana. Y el match número 2 entre Cuba contra Chile. Así de que por parte de Cuba, iniciando el match B, vamos a tener la participación de Amalia González Jiménez. Estará intentando levantar 50 kilogramos. Jaime Bongo Medina también forma parte del equipo de Cuba y Lady Rodríguez. Amalia González Jiménez tiene un peso corporal de 38 kilogramos. Es la primera en participar. Después vendrá Jaime Bongo Medina con 111 kilogramos y Lady Rodríguez con 44 kilogramos. Así que aquí está la primer participante, Amalia González Jiménez, representante de Cuba. $50 kilogramos en la barra. Y veremos la buena levantamiento. 50 kilogramos. Es la primera representante de Cuba. Es el evento de match por equipos. Iniciamos con la rama femenil. Platicamos que el match número 1 es México contra República Dominicana. El match B es Cuba contra Chile. En este tercer y último día de actividad. Viene Camila Campos de Chile. Camila Campos en su levantamiento viene por 100 kilogramos. Ya Cuba tuvo una suma de 50 kilogramos. Aquí está Camila Campos.
Camila Campos, the first to go for Chile of the three. And this will give them a considerable lead. 89 to 51 should she get it. And she has done that. So that's a big lead for Chile straight away, 89 to 51 in Veracruz. Not unassailable, but very impressive. Good, strong, powerful lift from the reigning America's champion. She's won the last 2 America's golds, Pan Am silver and bronze. A global medal is next on the agenda, if such a thing is arrangeable for her. She's good enough for it. She's been good enough for it for a very long time, but wait and see. Just past 10 a.m. here. Men's final is at 11:45. The mixed final is at 3:30 in the afternoon, and we're with you all day today until roughly 6 p.m. So with you for the next 8 hours. So that's a very positive start from the point of view of Chile, and that is a considerable early lead. So next up for Chile, it's Naida Garces, who's going for a lift of 80. And this would be worth a total of 73.33. If they get this, I won't say they'll be out of sight, but they won't be very far away from it. Garces, who won the silver medal in the 55-kilo final. That was a terrific result for Garces.
1 minute.
The America's bronze medalist last year in St. Louis in this weight division. So if they get this, they'd be up to round about 160 points, and Cuba would still be on 51, but with heavier attempts to come. And she has got that. That's 3 white lights. Well, she went up to 86 successfully in her individual final. Chile always have a very good, strong team, men and women.
Voters, please.
And she's the latest to burst through.
80 kilos. Racket 14.
26 years old. And we saw her make her major championship debut not that long ago. The aforementioned America's Championship.
80 kilos, racket 14.
They know how to find great talent. So next up, Yami Bongo Medina, who had such a great display yesterday herself. And she won silver in the women's over 86 kilo final. Went up to 105 in that. She's attempting 80 here. That's really conservative. It'll be worth 61.23. For something like 105, it would be a target of 80 points, which would be 7 more than what Garces went for, but she's going for 80. She's going for something that she obviously feels is achievable. To keep Cuba in the hunt and try and force Chile into a bit of pressure on Marian Serrano.
Good lift.
That is a good lift. So Cuba go up to 112 points, but Chile right now are on 162. I know everybody's got their sporting pride and they want to go for something that will test them a little bit, but to be honest with you, Serrano could go for something well within her capabilities, well within her capabilities, and still get Chile to get over the line. So it's a 113 points for Cuba and 163 just about for Chile.
So far, Chile is leading with a 162, almost 163 score. Cuba, 113.
That is a healthy situation for Chile, as you saw on the master scoreboard in Veracruz, this city of 400,000.
85
And they've been adept at putting together quality competitions of late in this Lapa region, with this Lapa Grand Prix in Para Athletics just about a month or so ago.
Mark is ready for Lady Rodriguez.
So the last to go for Cuba will be Lady Rodriguez, and this is a lift which is going to be worth 83.10. So this would put Cuba ahead with one final lift to come for Chile. Lady Rodriguez, the World Championship silver medalist in Mexico City in 2017, twice an America's silver medalist in Toronto in 2015. Actually, Mexico City, wasn't it, in 2015 as well, and 3 years later in Bogota. The medal she won in Toronto was the Pan Am's gold in 2015. A woman from Bayamo, the winner here of the World Cup of the women's 45 kilo decider. Important lift for her to get. Trouble otherwise.
Good
that is a good lift. Well, we hardly see any missing in the team competition, and we haven't here. Every lift so far has been a good lift.
100 kilos, bracket 11.
And in this head-to-head battle, Cuba finish up with 196 points, but will it be enough?
Thank you to the Motors Load. Maria Serrano Gallardo.
So one more to go for Chile. And it is really one of the best around in her weight division. Full stop worldwide. Marian Serrano, the America's champion in 2018. The silver medalist actually in the Americas last year. Parapan Am bronze last time out in Lima, with Santiago coming later in the year. The former world junior champion in 2017, the youth Parapan Am champion the same year. But who before all that, having barely just turned 17, won the Rio World Cup at the Carioca Arena in the Rio Olympic Park at the start of 2016, which ended up being a big location for the Olympic basketball and the para basketball and wheelchair rugby. Wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby.
1 minute.
Didn't register a mark here. She went in, you may well remember, really high to match her lifetime best, and for somebody who's won a whole load of international medals, there was a risk strategy attached. Maybe that's something they wanted to do for a World Cup event, but would they do it for the championships? We have seen it, just not from her. Anyway, this is a lift of 100, and this is for the win for Chile.
No win.
Good heavens, no. Well,
Press sequence set by
is the press sequence from one, the stop sequence from another. Gosh. That was worth 79 points. That is a miss, and Cuba have won it.
medal match. 196-12 for Cuba.
Well, I won't say it's a giant killing,
162-96, they'll fight for
but
bronze.
Chile were in the box seat all the way through. And Marian Serrano with a lift of 100. 9 times out of 10, you would expect to get it, but this was occasion number 10. A brilliant athlete, a terrific campaigner. A superb competitor. Really always great to see her compete. She has missed, unfortunately, for Chile, and they will be in the bronze medal match. Cuba win by 196 points to 163. And Cuba will be in the final.
Match A begins. Dominican Republic versus Mexico with 67 kilos, rack 16.
So that was the first semi-final, now into the second semi-final. And it's Mexico against the Dominican Republic. Miriam Aguilar, Bella Barcenas, Belen Sanchez, the Mexican team. And for the Dominican Republic, Josefina Nova, Arisleda de Jesus, and Zoraida Miliano. So it is the Dominican Republic going first with Josefina Nova. And her attempt scheduled to be 63. Not anymore, it's not. She's added 4 to the bar, so this has got a bit of extra ambition to it. And ambition is what we all love in this event. This is worth 52.13. Fourth in the European Open Championship in Tbilisi last year, and a 4th placer yesterday in the women's over 86 kilo final. And this is 1 kilo below her best mark there, so there is quite a bit of risk involved here. She missed out at 70. 67 was a new lifetime best yesterday, going for 67 here. These would be 52 well-earned points if she gets it.
Good lift.
And she has got it. It is a good lift. Steady as she goes. The Dominican Republic are off the mark, and the Dominican team are flying. This is a good way to start.
Gracias, Cristo.
Bar is loaded. First lift, Team Mexico, Miriam Aguilar Jimenez.
Well, that was fabulous when you consider she came into this competition with a lifetime best of 58. She's now beaten it 3 times in the space of 24 hours. So Mexico now, Miriam Aguilar, going for an attempt of 85. And the lighter your own body weight, the more advantage you get in points against somebody who is in a heavier weight division, but who may be going for the same weight attempt as you. The silver medalist in the women's 61 kilo final. Pan Am champion.
1 minute.
Going back to 2015 in Toronto, 2011 in Guadalajara, the America's champion in Mexico City in 2015. To give a lead of 74-52 to Mexico. And she has done it with a good lift. So Miriam Aguilar puts Mexico in front with one of the great names of powerlifting, and Perla Bacenas to come. So 74-52. It does go to fractions. Officially it goes to 2 decimal points, but as you may have seen in some competitions where the points coefficient comes into play, Commonwealth Games last year, I remember quite well, it can go to as many decimal points, decimal spaces as you need, which did happen in Birmingham last year. So 74-52 is Mexico's lead. Alesleda de Jesus will be next to the Dominican Republic, going for an attempt of 65. While Bacenas is going to go very, very high. This will be worth 51.5 points, more or less, for de Jesus. Again, she was involved in the last women's session.
Bracket 16, the bar is ready.
Coming away with glory in the women's up to 86 kilo final. That was because Ryan Serrano missed out on 3 attempts at 125, which was matching a lifetime best, but she's missed out at 100 today. Alesleda de Jesus with her gold medal this week, a new lifetime best of 68, going here for 65, so this is quite high. The European Open bronze medalist in Tbilisi, Georgia last year. If she gets this, it will give the Dominican Republic a lead of 104 to Mexico's 74, but Mexico would have a lift in hand. Through Perla Bacenas, that's almost worth 2 lifts. So important to get this. The important thing to note about both Josefina Nova and Alesleda de Jesus is that they've both gone from right alongside their new lifetime best, and that has happened again here for de Jesus, the up to 86 kilo winner. Good lift, 2-1 in her favor. It's 104 to 74 in favor of the Dominican Republic. 103.81 for the Dominican Republic. When we need to go to decimal points, we'll do that for you. Bella. That's really, really good composure. And it's encouraging to see much larger teams these days for the Dominican Republic. Lots of who we understand are European-based, but obviously from the nation. Now, how do we sum up the career of Perla Bacenas in 10 seconds? Basically, you can't. 4 times Pan Am champion, 4 times America's champion, world champion 2010, 1-time Paralympic silver medalist Sydney 2002, bronzes to follow in Beijing and London. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. She's going for 115 here. Of course, she's got the win here as well this week. Another piece of glory for her in the over 86 kilo weight division, and she won it by a long way. This is worth 88.83.
1 minute.
If she gets this, the lead would be around 60 points for Mexico. And then Belen Sanchez could be quite easily tempted to go for something very manageable. We've still got a long amount of time to go, so Perla's going to do what Perla's going to do, and that's wait until she's good and ready.
Good lift.
Perla's a winner. Good lift. And that sends Mexico rocketing to 163 points. Dominican Republic are on 103. And it's hard to see Mexico being turned over now, but we would have said that about Chile 10 minutes ago, and they were beaten by Cuba. So Perla Barcenas with a tremendous lift of 115.
88 points to Team Mexico.
So she lifted 135 previously, yesterday, and winning her latest gold here. By the way, congratulations to Veracruz for brilliant crowds. The best crowds I've ever seen at a World Cup event. Mind you, I haven't been at all of them. But they always know how to get terrific crowds out here. Look at that scoreline. Mexico leading 163 to 103. Scoring strongly.
Please wait, loaders. Please wait. Please wait, loaders. Loaders now proceed. 85 kilos, bracket 14. The bar is ready. Jornada, Miliano, Dominican Republic, 85 kilos.
Last attempt for the Dominican Republic, and Zoraida Miliano with a must-get attempt. So it's an 85 kilo effort for her. They will just squeak into the lead if she gets it by about 8 points, but still with our final attempt for Belen Sanchez to come. This is worth 68.72. She missed her 3 attempts, 95, 95 and 100 yesterday in her final of the women's 79 kilo decider. Her first international event, the pressure is on. She has the key third and final lift. All of the other lifts so far have been good, so she has to get a green light here.
Good lift.
Oh, she has! Oh, brilliant! Well, that's a great result for her. And the Dominican Republic are still in the hunt. Mexico with 1 lift to go, it's 100.
Voters, please.
And 72 that they've got.
90 kilos, rack 14.
But now the moment where Mexico can win it, but at least the Dominican Republic have not lost it. And next time we'll ask to have a microphone on that camera, because they're all talking into it.
Bars ready, 90 kilos, representing Mexico.
Well, that was a terrific lift, and she had her personal disappointment yesterday, which was unfortunate not getting a lift in, but she's got a lift in here. She's done it for the team, and they still have got a chance of reaching the final. So it's 172 for the Dominican Republic, Mexico at 163. Belen Sanchez with their last attempt, and she is going for 90 kilos here. And that'll be worth 72.86, and that would be victory if she gets it. It was her first international event herself. And she wraps up with a terrific victory, the 22-year-olds in the women's 79-kilo final. So for the win, Belen Sanchez, who's really enjoyed her first international event, is to enjoy it even more, to propel Mexico to the final against Cuba. She's done it! She has done it! An individual gold, and now a spot in the final for Team Gold, and it is her lift that has confirmed Mexico's place in the decider. What a great lift. Superb finish. And they will be back, battling for the gold. 236 against 172. That's the final scoreline. What great composure from her to do it and to make it work out. And a lot of joy for her as a result. There's the scoreline. 236 against 172, and Mexico make it against the Dominican Republic. Every lift was successful, but each time Mexico was scoring more points. Winners all the way through, and that the result from the first semi-final, where Cuba beat Chile. So the bronze medal match coming, which will be Chile against the Dominican Republic. Despite what you may have seen on the screen, there is not a victory ceremony coming. Bronze medal match, Dominican Republic against Chile, and the final will be Cuba against Mexico.
for the bronze medal match. Please welcome the athletes for this bronze medal match.
So now, the competitors coming out for this bronze medal match, the Dominican Republic against Chile.
The bronze medal match features Team Dominican Republic versus
Dominican
Team
Republic got
Chile.
all their lifts in, Chile missed one.
Representing Team Dominican Republic, Anastasia de Jesus. Representing Team Chile, Camila Campos. Representing Dominican Republic, Josefina Nova Sanchez. Representing Team Chile, Marian Serrano Medrano. Representing Dominican Republic, Selena Miliano. And representing Team Chile, Maida Garces Cardenas. Chile, Dominican Republic, the bronze medal match.
The final will be between Mexico and Cuba after their successes, having got all their lifts in. Mexico having scored 236 points in their semi-final, Cuba 196. And in terms of the scoring of the teams who were in the bronze medal match, Chile, who missed a lift, 163 they got. They would have had 243 had they been successful with their last lift, and that would have been the highest score across all of the teams in the semi-finals. The Dominican Republic scored 172 and a half.
Team Mexico faces off against Team Cuba. For Team Mexico,
So the gold medal match for Mexico, Miriam Aguilar, Pela Bacenas and Belen Sanchez. And for Cuba, Mami Gonzalez, Ami Bongo and Lenny Rodriguez.
representing Mexico, Perla Patricia Barcenas Monteleon. Representing Cuba, Yaimi Bongo Medina. Representing Mexico, Belen Sanchez Dominguez. And for Team Cuba, it's Lady Rodriguez. Cuba versus Mexico for gold.
Two quality teams, primed and ready to go for the big team glory.
Draw your attention to the big screen behind the stage where we choose our technical officials for the field of play for the medal matches.
So now the referees draw.
Please welcome the referees to the field of play.
So the referees have been selected. Henny Ortiz, the chief referee, Angelica Marin, the left referee from Peru, and Kim Yeon-jung of Korea. Remember, this is multi-category. And because of that, we go to points. Instead of weights, all of the weights go through an algorithm.
Please welcome the referees to the field of play.
And our referees will emerge. Tibor Gyurko is the technical controller of this final, having just stepped over from Gabon, where he was working on another powerlifting venture. Busy in this sport these days. Is it ever any way different? So the bronze medal match comes first between Chile and the Dominican Republic. And they can, by the way, change the lifting order that they had in the semi-final. They do not have to stick to it round by round. It'll be the same three competitors, but they can put them out in whatever order they see necessary.
The referees for this session. Chief referee, Colombia, Jenny Ortiz Cardenas. Left side referee, Mexico, Angelica Marin Jimenez. Right side referee, Republic of Korea, Kim Yeon-jung. Technical controller, Hungary, Tibor Gyurko. Technical delegate, Italy, Chiara Cifarelli. Loaders, please, 65 kilos. Rack height 16, 65 kilos, rack height 16.
So here's the lineup. And as you'll see, they have both decided to switch it around. Jesus going first for the Dominican Republic this time. Nova, then Emiliano. Chile going for Camila Campos first again, but this time Marian Serrano is in the middle. And they will finish up this time.
The bar is loaded, 65 kilos, calling our first athlete in the bronze medal match. Representing Dominican Republic, Arisleda de Jesus.
So first up for the Dominican Republic, it's Alisleda de Jesus, the 86-kilo champion. Went for 65 kilos in the semi-final, which was worth 51.5 points. Same again here.
One minute.
So this is worth 51 points for De Jesus. No, she's not got it this time. It's the press sequence and it's 2 and against, and well, that's awkward. Well, she got through well in the semi-final with a very nice lift. She got that great gold in her final last night, the up to 86-kilo final. Campos coming now, going for 100. This is worth 89.6. So this would be a tremendous lead, obviously, because the Dominican Republic have missed theirs. So this for a major lead for the 55-kilo champion this week at the World Cup. The America's champion, last 2 in a row. Pan Am silver last time in Lima. That is a good lift. Well, it's home sweet home later this year in Santiago for the Pan Ams. And this is another healthy step along the way, the World Championships being the ultimate step.
Chile has an early lead as a result of Campos' successful 100 kilos. 89.63 for Chile.
So 89.63 is the Chilean score as a result of this solid lift. The Dominican Republic are yet to score. That's unfortunate for De Jesus, who got gold in the 86-kilo final. But the bronze medals in the team competition are looking like they're beginning to slide out of reach a little bit. So into the second round of lifts, and Josefina Nova. Sanchez going for 67 now. And that would be worth 52.13. And frankly, this is a must get. Fourth in the over 86 kilo final. She got her lift in the opening round of the semi-final against Mexico, but they were outscored and outpointed.
One minute.
Well, can't think about ifs and buts now. Simply has to get this lift. This is quite high in terms of what she has been capable of. 68, her lifetime best from yesterday.
Good lift.
That's a good lift. So the Dominican Republic live to fight another round.
Lovers, please. 100 kilos. Rack 11.
Good going. That was a vital one to put home, and she did. Safina Nova, fourth in the European Open last year and fourth here. There will be seemingly medals coming away in the near future. I think there can be no doubt about that. Somalian Serrano coming now, the second lift for Chile. Went for 100 in the semi-final, going for 100 here. That'll be worth 79.71.
One minute.
So a big moment, a big call for her. Would be nice to get this.
Good
yep.
lift, 100 kilos.
Well, that'll be a good relief for her, and it's the first lift she's got of this weekend. 3 misses in her individual final, so it was wipeout for her and didn't get it in the semi-final, but she's got this. Nothing to worry about. And Chile have just about won. They're on 169 points, and the Dominican Republic are on 52.
For the Dominican Republic's 52.14 off the Nova Sanchez assess.
And that will do. That will do. Frustrations, no doubt about that, that she missed out previously, but she's got that, and that is just about clinched the bronze medal in this women's team competition for Chile.
Orders, please, 80 kilos. Rack height 12.
One more lift to go
Rack height 12.
for Chile, and actually they're going to go first in this final round, so it's going to be a whopping lead. Neda Garces is going to go for 80 kilos. It'll be worth 73 points.
Orders ready. Representing Chile, Neda Garces Cardenas.
Silver in the 55 kilo final here. Bronze in the Americas Championships last year, so you think about how she's come on as an athlete. the most impressive way. Fine positivity. And this will be an unassailable lead, presuming she gets it. And that's the way it is. Chile have won it, and won it by a large margin. The Dominican Republic still have their last attempt to go, but that's 242 points for Chile. And the bronze medals are theirs.
90 kilos, track 14.
3 lifts for them all successful. Victor Rubila has much to be happy about.
Bars loaded, representing Dominican Republic, Zoraida Miliano.
The composure, the lift. Zoraida Miliano going for a last attempt at 90. Well, she missed all her marks in her individual final. She's decided that it is worth going high in this. 72 points it would be worth. Even if they'd got all the marks in, this would not be enough. She's gone for it all the same. It would be a nice to get. It is a not get though. It's 2-1 against. Well, she missed out on all of her lifts in the individual final. It was a very good get for her in the semi-final, but there was nothing at stake with that lift. Just a bit of personal pride. They were not going to win. Chile had already got the victory. The Dominican Republic are beaten by 242 points to 52. 190 the margin. And had they got all of their lifts in successfully, they still would have been shy by about 65 points. Chile got all of their lifts in. The Dominican Republic would have needed to get all 3 of theirs and hope that Chile had missed a high-scoring one. There's not much really she could have done in the circumstances. She would have liked to have gotten that lift, obviously, but no joy. So Chile will get the bronze medals. The final is on the way between Mexico and Cuba. So in this final, Mexico will go first. They all got their lifts in the semi-finals. Mexico scored 236 points. Cuba 196. So Cuba will need to up their attempts, frankly, from the semi-final. Malia Gonzalez lifted 50, Bongo 80, Nadia Rodriguez 85. Now remember, if you're watching this either on YouTube or Facebook in English, there is a Spanish language commentary feed and Espanol via or TV Deportes, who've been providing the TV pictures all week for us. So it will actually be Cuba to go first. Malia Jimenez had lifted 50 in the semi-final. That was worth 51 points. And this is worth 55. Malia Gonzalez, the silver medalist in the 41 kilo final for Cuba. We've had a really, really encouraging competition. Because she's in the lowest weight division, there will be more points attached to it. Just about 57. 56.96. Her previous attempt yielded her 51 points. So important to get this. And that's a good lift. And it had to be. So Malia Gonzalez, the 14-year-old in her first international event, lifts successfully. She's not had a miss this week. She's had a very spectacular competition. She did have one final go at 60 for a lifetime best in her own individual final, but she'd claimed a silver by that stage.
Bar is ready. Representing Mexico, Miriam Aguilar Jimenez.
But all of their competitors are going to need to do that to go beyond the 200-point barrier and approach Mexico's 236. Two can play that game. Mexico are doing the same. Aguilar has added 5 on to what she did in the semi-final. This is going to be worth 90 kilos. Total of 78.7 points. So they would have a lead of 78 to 56, basically.
One minute.
If she gets this, it will be a nice early strike in favour of Mexico, who had the higher scorers compared to Cuba in the semi-finals. Aguilar, the silver medalist in the 61 kilo final, the Pan Am's champion previously in 2011.
Good lift.
Oh, that's a nice lift. That is a very nice lift. She's been America's champion as well in 2015 in Mexico City, and that is a good score for her. And it's Mexico who lead after the first round of lifts by 78 to 56.
69 points for an early lead for Team Cuba. The 55 kilos lifted by Gonzalez Jimenez turns up to 56.96 points. We're waiting for the input now for the second attempt.
That was very well assured. And in very many cases, they are going for marks lower than their peak in the individual finals. It's Mexico who open up a lead of 22 points. They're about 78 to 56 after the opening round of lifts. Perla Mercedes will go to 125. But before that, it's Jaime Bongo Medina for 87. Well, she lifted 80 in the semi-final. She's added 7 onto her figure here. So this will be worth 66.5 points, more or less. Bronze medalist in the over 86 kilo final, the heaviest of the weight divisions. 100 her lifetime best, so that's not far off. This would Cuba into the lead. Mexico would have one lift in hand. This would be 123 points to 78 lead for Cuba, but they have to get this score on the board.
Good lift.
It's a good lift for Bongo Medina. That was vital. If they're to have any chance of getting the gold here, they have to get all 3 lifts in and hope that Mexico miss one, because Mexico will be looking to outscore them considerably. No better woman to do that than the woman we're going to see next.
Please, 125 kilos. Rack 9, 125 kilos, rack 9.
This was a must-get. Every single lift for Cuba a must-get. Perla Mercedes, no, this is important for Bongo just to watch back in that. A pressure lift for her. 87 kilos, she got through 100, the most in her career going into this competition. Set a new lifetime best of 105. That's when the pressure was really on. She could have gone for 105 there, but that would have increased the risk majorly of not getting that. Perla Mercedes, who's done everything in her career, going for 125 now. This will be worth 96 points, and Mexico would go up to 174 compared to Cuba's 123. So Perla Mercedes to give Mexico a very big advantage. She romped to gold here with a peak of 135. She started her final with 125, and this is what she is going for here. Mexico would have a huge lead. There's no wood about it. There's no uncertainty about it where this woman is concerned. Mexico are on the way. Their big performers are putting in big lifts. And in terms of this team competition, she is just about the biggest name of them all.
After 2 rounds,
Mexico
approximately
up to 175, and their lead over Cuba is beyond 50 points with 1 lift to go.
And Pasanas, Ponce de Leon, 96 points, 175.25 for Mexico. Cuba trails 56.96 from Gonzalez.
175 to 123, that's the scoreline. Perla Macenas with a perfunctory lift. She didn't need to think about that very much at all. Go through her usual routine. There's 1 lift to go for both nations. Mexico are on the way to gold, it looks. Leda Rodriguez to finish up for Cuba, their gold medalist. She will go first, and she's going to have to go quite high. Rodriguez adding 5 onto the bar from last time.
Thank you, the wonderful Lady Rodriguez, Cuba.
This is their biggest scoring attempt of the entire competition. Will be worth 88 points for the winner of the 45 kilo final. And the 2015 Pan Am champion of Mexico City, Ramon Martinez, the national team coach for Cuba, on stage with her. So she must get this. If she doesn't, then Mexico have won. If she does get it,
1 minute.
then Mexico still need their final lift to win. This will put them beyond 200 points, onto around 210, so they have scored a lot more heavily than in the semi-final. They've done what they really have needed to do. And it will go to the final lift. Cuba have got all 3 in. They have done their job. They've added around 15 points onto their score. From the semi-final, they finish on 211.54. Mexico on 175 do need to get their last attempt in. Cuba have done it as well as they could do it. But Belen Sanchez, the 22-year-old, the winner of the 79 kilo final, can now clinch the team gold for Mexico. They've increased their tally as well for each lift. And this is worth 76.91. And all you need to know is if she gets it, they get the gold. They'd be beyond 250 points. They'd be around 252, which is appropriate for being on the Atlantic coast.
One minute.
So it all comes down to this lift. Belen Sanchez wins the team gold for Mexico if successful in her first international event. She's won individual gold. And the team gold goes to Mexico. Belen Sanchez has clinched it for them. A brilliant victory. What a start to her international career. Mexico take the win. 252 for Mexico. 211 for Cuba. They got all their lifts in.
This concludes the women's session. Victory ceremony still to come.
Mexico improved on their tally again by 16 points. Cuba improved theirs by 15.5. What can you do against a team like this? Reminder that if Chile had got all their scores in, they'd have got 2-5-2 as well in their semi-final, and Mexico scored 2-5-2 here. So would have gone down to fractions. The victory ceremony is on the way.
Yo no me pienso rendir hasta ser el campeón. Let's go, más power you know.
bar. I have a lot of emotions, so I put all that into the bar, and when I lift the bar, you know, it's just power, power, power. Can you make me seem aggressive? Obviously, from past the accident, you know, all those things that happened to me, it still gets to me. Along the way, like, the anger kind of becomes into something positive, because it helps me push the bar, break the bar, as we say. The aim is showing that people with disabilities are kind of the same as people with able bodies. We can compete, we can, you know, do sports. We're all the same, but in our own unique ways, you know. Any sport, it can be your sport if you put your mind to it. You fight hard enough for it, it's yours.
Welcome to the victory ceremony for the women's team event. Please welcome the medalists.
So the women's team victory ceremony. Good competition, this. Two good semi-finals. Really final in the end.
The medals will be presented by...
Now presenting the medals is Juan Pedro Toledo of Jornada, the Mexican Sports Association. Chile get the bronze medals. They scored 242 in their bronze medal match against the Dominican Republic, won that by 242 to 52. Camila Campos, gold in the 55-kilo final. Neida Garces, silver in that 55 final. And Marian Serrano, who didn't medal individually here, but who has been the Americas and World Junior Champion previously, and America's silver last year in St. Louis. They get the bronze medals, having beaten the Dominican Republic by 190 points, 242 to 52. Echeverria, Peter Rubilar, the coaches will get medals as well, and deservedly so, rightly so.
Congratulations, Team Chile. Silver medalist, Team Cuba.
The final was tight, all of the lifts were successful. Cuba worked well to expand their scoring abilities from the semi-final. Malia Gonzalez, a reminder, 14 years old and silver medalist in the 41-kilo final. Jaime Bongo, bronze in the over 86-kilo decider, and Lady Rodriguez, gold in the 45-kilo decider. They beat Chile in the semi-final, scored 196 points, boosted it to 211 in the final against Mexico, but Mexico did the same work and outscored them. But they improved all of their marks. Got all of their lifts in. And they performed well. Just wasn't, in the end, enough for them
Team Cuba
to overtake a brilliant champion. Cuba get the silver.
Women's Team World Cup Veracruz 2023 champions, Team Mexico.
It's gold for Mexico. Miriam Aguilar, the 61 kilo silver medalist. Paula Bacenas, the over 86 kilo champion. Belan Sanchez, the winner of the 79 kilo final, whose final lift in the semi-final against the Dominican Republic got them into the decider, and then had the clinching lift right at the end on her international debut. What a weekend. Individual and team gold for her and for Mexico. They improved their standing as well. 236 they scored in the semi-final win over the Dominican Republic. Added 16 points in the final, 252 against 211. These things go, a very, very good final. And Mexico are the champions.
Please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Mexico.
Spectacular victory, an excellent final, very entertaining, very enjoyable. We can only speculate how Chile would have fared had they got into the final. They scored 242 themselves in the bronze medal match. They would have had to have upped it. They would have been closer, I think, to the 252, but we can only imagine. Mexico get the win, get the gold, Cuba the silver, and Chile the bronze. And the men's final will get underway in around 10 minutes, so I wouldn't go very far if I were you. I certainly won't.
Congratulations to the
But then I
medalist
can't.
men's team event
Mexico
is
win
next.
the women's team event.
Stick around, the Veracruz 2023 World Powerlifting World Cup continues here in Veracruz, Mexico.
Amigas de cámara, pues, que la apaguen. Que la apaguen, vieja. Apágame la grúa, por favor. Chiquillo.
You know, I believe that there shouldn't be any limitation. Neither gender nor the clothing, nothing should prevent the athletes from participation. The sport is the most important platform to promote gender equality.
Please welcome Team Dominican Republic. Frankeli Paredes Rojas. Jose Manuel Abud Coronado. And Jesus Manuel Rodriguez Vallejo. Team Dominican Republic. Please welcome Team United States of America. Robert Trotty. Garrison Red. Ola Marasco. Team United States of America. Please welcome Team Costa Rica. Roger Valverde Madrigal. Jose Alejandro Araya Mario. And Josue Fernandez. Team Costa Rica. Please welcome Team Chile number 2. Correction, Chile number 1. Team Chile number 1 is made up of Javier Ignacio Jimenez Cabrera, Jorge Cardenal, and Juan Carlos Garrido Acevedo. Team Chile number 1. Please welcome Team Ecuador. Jonathan Echeverria. Steven Jose Cruz Mendez. And Giovanni Recalde. Team Ecuador. Take a look at the big board as we select our technical officials for the field of play. Please welcome our technical officials to the field of play. chief referee, Mexico, Isaac Klaus. Left side referee, Mexico, Leslie Velasco Gonzalez. Right side referee, United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Alter. Technical controller, Thailand, Bruno Newgate. Technical delegate, Italy, Chiara Cifarelli. Loaders, please. 100 kilos on the bar. Rack height 15. 100 kilos. Rack height 15, please.
Yes, we're ready to go for the men's team competition, and there are 7 men's teams in this, so we go into the heats, and the 3 highest scorers will be into the semi-finals. This is going to go on for quite a while. Ecuador, Chile, Costa Rica, USA, Dominican Republic, and Cuba. That's who we have here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The bar is being loaded to
Robert
100
Crotty
kilos, rack height
for
15.
the United States will be the first to go.
We're going to start with our first athlete representing the United States of America, Robert Crotty. Crotty, USA.
So Robert Crotty's the first to go for the United States. His first international competition. Based in Detroit now, having been born in Chicago. Family from Clare in Ireland. His coach is Lee Hughes. Got a couple of good marks in yesterday. He's going for a good one here with 100. And this will be worth a nice amount.
1 minute.
Good lift. Majority decision.
So that's a good lift.
Crotty, USA.
65 points for Robert Crotty.
Loaders, please. 107 kilos.
To get the competition
Rack 17.
rolling in the best possible way. Well, that goes beyond what he did yesterday. And that's a new lifetime best for him. He has gone really high, and impressively so in this finally. The lifetime best of 99 set yesterday, and now a lifetime best of 100 today.
Thank you.
His
The
best
bar is
lift
loaded.
in international competition. Roger Valverde coming now with his daughter Veronica as coach. And he's going for a lift of 107. Jose Araya and Josue Fernandez also in the team with him. This will be worth just about 76 points. Seventh in the Americas Championship last year, bronze in the Lima World Cup in 2019, based in Perez Zeledon, about 3 hours away from the capital. His daughter Veronica is his coach. English teacher at university. Had a good chat with him yesterday as well. There's a nice sized Costa Rican team. They've got a good base. One of their national team bases is in Perez. So going here for a lift of 107.
Good lift, Valverde.
That is a good lift for Roger Valverde, who went to 113 in his final. He's done a good amount here, and that's having finished fourth in his decider.
125, rack 3.
Puts Costa Rica onto just about 76 points.
The bar is loaded. Representing Cuba, Emmanuel Gonzalez Rodriguez.
So Cuba with Emmanuel Gonzalez going for 125. What a competition Cuba have had. This will be worth 113 and a half, so this will be the lead by a considerable amount for Cuba in the lowest weight division. Victory. It was for him, gold with a lift of 132. This is 125, so it is doable.
1 minute.
His international debut, and look at what he's done here. He's already taken an individual gold and trying to get Cuba into the semi-finals. The top 4 scores will do it, and that helps. And remember, we're in ascending order in terms of weight and not points. So if Emmanuel Gonzalez was double the weight, let's say, but it wouldn't quite be half the points he's achieved here of 113, but it would be down quite a bit. That was a tremendous lift in this opening round. So referees, by the way, are Isaac Kraus of Mexico, Leslie Velasco, Mexico, and Mohamed El Kersh of the United Arab Emirates, as we go to Ecuador. Jonathan Echeverria. He's going for a whopping attempt as well of 125. Which should be worth 102 points. 102.22. All the twos. His first international event. Fourth place in the 54 kilo final. Just missed out in the medal by 6 kilos in a really good competition.
1 minute.
And that's a good lift as well. Always helps to go a little bit conservatively in terms of your aims. That is 2-1 in his favour, not to go in too high. Obviously, Robert Crotty went for a lifetime best in his lift, but I think we saw from his individual final yesterday that there was a lot more in the tank. He got 2 out of his 3 lifts in, and he finished on 99. And there'll be upcoming events where he will go well into 3 figures, I think. Echeverria too, lifts 125. And that puts Ecuador into second place behind Cuba. Cuba 113, Ecuador 102, Costa Rica 75. Chile have got 2 teams in this as well. And it's almost the case that one is as good as the other. To the Dominicans now from the Dominican Republic.
Thank you, the bar is ready. Representing Dominican Republic, 135 kilos, Frankeli Paredes Rojas.
So Paredes comes now. Frankeli Paredes. And he's attempting 135 as we continue going up in weights. Joined in the team by Jose Manuel Abud and Jesus Rodriguez. And this will be worth, funnily enough, 86.1 points, which is his body weight. One of those little curiosities. 6th in the European Open Championship last year, which was his championship debut. And finished 5th here in the 88 kilo final. So those are the scores in the doors so far. So good lifts all the way through so far, and Frankeli Paredes.
Good lift.
That is a good lift for him as well. Good scoring. So that's 86 points for him. And they slot into 3rd spot in the standings. 86.15. Chile have got the stronger attempts to come and 2 very strong teams in it. If this was a 6-person team, they'd have one of the best in the world. Instead, it being a 3-person team, they've two of the best in the world.
The bar is ready. Representing Chile, Javier Jimenez Cabrera. Jimenez Cabrera is lifting for Chile 1.
Javier Jimenez going for Chile 1 in a moment, but look at this really impressive lift by Frankeli Paredes. At 135 as we go up in the weights category. So Javier Jimenez is here now. This is worth 109 points, 109.10, and that will put them into 2nd place at the moment. It's in the 54 kilo final. Good bronze medal secured. The America's bronze medalist in St. Louis last year.
1 minute.
So 135 for him, and that is a good lift. That's 3 out of 3. So they go into 2nd place. Cuba continue to lead thanks to Emmanuel Gonzalez's lift of 125. which was worth 113 points.
15, 165, rounding 15.
Chile will have an aim of getting both teams into the semi-finals. I don't think you put two teams into an event like this without a target like that. Frank Feliu, who won gold yesterday in the 88-kilo decider.
Representing Chile,
Pan Am and America's bronze previously, but gold here.
Feliu is lifting for Chile, number 2. Chile, 2.
This is worth 104 points. So Chile are aiming to have two of the top 3, basically, at the end of this opening round. Aiming for 165 kilos. They've started strongly, impressively.
One minute.
Such a regularly impressive campaign that well, you could put him, if you like, into a veterans bracket now.
Good lift, majority decision.
Can't beat experience. He's got quality on top of that. Nobody has missed in the opening round so far. Frank Feliu is successful as well.
This concludes round 1. As you can see from the scoreboard, Cuba currently leads.
Cuba into the lead, but Chile second and third. And Frank Feliu puts their B team, what a B team, into third place. The top 4 go into the semi-finals.
United States of America. Once we get our next attempt from Chile number 2, we'll know the correct order for round number 2. Kilos loaders, rack height 19.
So we go into the second round, and this is Jose Oraya of Costa Rica going for 120 here. And this is worth 74.04.
1 minute.
First international event, also based in Perez Zeledon, and Veronica Valverde present as coach again. So a valuable lift this would be, sending them up to 150 points. Important to get.
No,
oh dear, no, he hasn't got it. Oh my word, it's the press sequence on both left and right referees, and Jose Araya is denied. After all of those previous successes, it is no lift. Well, Araya lifted 120 yesterday. Needed 2 attempts for it. That was a lifetime best. He was looking to equal it here. He finished 6th in the final of the men's 97 kilo. And unfortunately, it's the press here. So not the stop. And they just felt that it wasn't an equal press by the looks of it.
Representing the United States of America, Garrison Red.
So for the United States now, it's Garrison Red after their good start with Robert Crotte. And he's going for a lift of 127. So the United States have a chance of doing a bit of leapfrogging over Costa Rica here. They finished 10 points down to them in the previous round. And he's aiming for 95 points. 95.13. This will send them on to 160, which would be the temporary lead for them. The second attempt of this round.
One minute.
And increasing in size, United States team. Finished 5th, Garrison did, in the final of the men's 65 kilo final. 6th in the Americas Championship last year, the man from Brooklyn. Lee Hughes. On stage again with him. He's got a whole lot of very busy careers going on at the moment, including this. Garrison Red. Good, strong-looking lift at 127.
Good lift.
And that is a good lift. So that sends them sailing up the table. Well, they're into the lead for now, but everybody else bar Costa Rica has got a lift in hand over them.
Rack 14, 140 kilos.
Brooklyn. Very much on the ball, Garrison Red. Excellent lift, everything in position. Lee Hughes striding away on stage quickly. And Garrison Red, good work. So, Jose Manuel Abud. Well, what a campaigner this man is for the Dominican Republic. Going here for 140. He's Mr. Reliable. As I was saying, over the weekend in the individual finals, it's actually a kind of a surprise that individually he's not laden over with medals, because he's always there in the mix for medals. 4th in the Americas Championship last year, 6th as best Pan Am result, which was in Lima in 2019. So it's worth 103 points, and this would send them up to just about 190. Bronze here in the World Cup.
Good lift, Jornada, Dominican Republic.
He's got it, 2-1 in his favour. So they go up to the top of the standings. The Dominican Republic on 189, United States 160, Costa Rica 75 of the three nations who have lifted twice. Well, this will be a nice platform, surely, for future champions to come.
Representing Ecuador, Steven Cruz Mendez.
So Ecuador, so colourful this week, and Steven Cruz, well, what a breakthrough this week for him. The silver medalist in the men's 97 kilo final, a new lifetime best of 146, with the last lift yesterday, having had 2 misses in the first 2 rounds, so in danger of a wipeout, of bombing out. He's going for 140 here, which in terms of his career is still very hefty. 85.61. This would put them into second place, just a couple of points behind the Dominican Republic.
No lift.
Oh, he's missed out, my word. Stop sequence, all 3 against him as well. Well.
Orders, please. 150.
Anybody who misses in this heat stage in serious danger of missing out on the semi-finals. It's hard to see how Ecuador can recover from this with Giovanni Recalde. No matter how high he goes, it's the stop sequence. Yeah, it looks like it was just a passing, fleeting moment. Has to be clear contact. You don't want it to plunge down into the chest, but you don't want an air miss between the two, and the stop just wasn't enough. So, no lift. Ecuador are in trouble, Costa Rica are in trouble. Cuba trying to avoid that with Jesus Cuevas as he goes for 150. .09, and they would be the first nation with their second lift to go beyond 200 points, so they would then become prime favourites to reach the semi-finals. Cuevas in the 72 kilo final. What an impressive victory was in a great week for Cuba. A magnificent international debut. Can he continue the impressive debut here? Went up to 165 in his individual final, so this is definitely gettable at 150. Good imagine. And it has been got. So 106 points it is, 2-1 in his favour. The right side referee, Abel Kirsch, voting him down, who's had to work hard to avoid that. And he did it, and he avoided a pratfall for Cuba. So they lead, 219 for Cuba. Dominican Republic 189, USA 160. Good lift, 2-1 in his favour. He got it right. He had to get it right.
Bar is ready. Representing Chile.
So 2 to go for Chile.
Jonathan
And what a 2.
This athlete belongs to Chile Team 2.
So this is Chile's B team, if you like. Chile 2. Jonathan Astudillo going for a lift of 155. And remember, we are ascending in terms of weight attempt and not point attempt. So he's going for 102.75. And that would put them into second place for now, and at worst they'd be third at the end of this round. This finished outside the medals in the 80-kilo final.
1 minute.
Finished in 5th place. Fourth in the Americas Championship last year. He's been a Chilean Championship silver medalist before. This to leap beyond 200 points, and they've done it. So they go on to 207 points. Cuba lead on 219, but Chile's second side go into second place overall at the moment, with one more team to go. Right now, you'd say that both Chilean sides are looking good for a spot in the semi-finals.
Bar is ready. Representing Chile number 1, Jorge Caranao.
So Jorge Caranao coming out now alongside his coach, Ana Echeverria. A magnificent competition yesterday between him and Carlos Garrido. Caranao taking the gold, Garrido the silver, the Americas record secured of 195. Garrido had broken it himself 2 minutes earlier for 192. Caranao going for 160 here then, and that is worth 118 points. And if he gets that, they will nestle just behind Cuba. They would nestle actually just ahead of Cuba, taking a second glance at that. At 227, Cuba on 219. Caranao has to get this first. The Americas champion in this 65-kilo weight division, the Pan Am champion previously in 2015, the 3 times Americas champion. They've got a great coaching setup. Jean-Andre Echeverria, Victor Rubila, and the power lifters are powerful. 160. Breeze through that.
That's a good lift.
Good lift.
Caranao.
3 white lights. Caranao gets it. So Chile into the lead with their first team. Chile 1 on 227. Cuba 219. Chile 2 on 207, and then the Dominican Republic third on 189. And at the moment they're the 4 who would go into the semi-finals. United States 5th on 160, and the other 2, Ecuador and Costa Rica, missed out with their second round lift, so they're well out of the equation.
Below the line is USA with 160.
That was a fabulous lift by Caranao. And the strength of Chile in the leaderboard is immense. They're in first and third, and right now they're looking really, really good in getting 2 teams into the semi-finals.
Costa Rica. This will be attempt number 3. 125, rack 15. Bar is ready. Costa Rica, third attempt. Josue Fernandez.
So Josue Fernandez of Costa Rica, final attempt going at 125 here. Well, in big trouble, having missed a second lift through Jose Araya. So heroic he was obviously in his individual decider. With Veronica Valverde again. Josue Fernandez 125. Josue Fernandez had 3 misses in his decider yesterday, 125, 125, 128. But they would love him to get this so that everybody would be required to overtake them. His first international level event, he did compete in Guadalajara in December, finished 5th in that. Manuel Campos is his regular coach. He's from the capital, San Jose. But a vital lift this is. He must get it in order to keep Costa Rica in the competition at least. If not, that certainly they will be out. They'd have missed 2 of their lifts. This is worth 77 points. And it is literally a must-get. And he has not got it. It's 2 and against, and Costa Rica are eliminated. They're the first team to definitely go out. They finish on 75.9.
Orders, please, 142
and they finish 7th of the 7. That is confirmed. Well, they've given it a good go. They have a nice team. It's been nice chatting to so many members of their squad this week. And best wishes to them for future events. They have a nice team building, but just on that press, that was taking a bit of a detour.
The bar is loaded.
Well, they finished 7th.
States of America, Morocco.
Morocco from Hawaii coming next for the United States, their 3rd and final attempt, and it's the same task here. They've got all their lifts in, so provided he gets this, then it is putting it up to everyone else to overtake them. This is worth 90 points as well. So if he gets this, they go up to 250, and they would be in the lead. Everybody else would have a lift in hand, which means that they basically are asking everyone else to be successful. His international debut along with Robert Crossi. First international event, his regular coach on a local basis, club level, is Tyler Yamanuchi. He's based in Vegas as Ola Morasco these days. Great to have him on board. He's 42 years old, turned that a couple of weeks ago. Worth 90 points. And again, from a USA viewpoint, this is a must-get. Finished 4th in his final of the 88-kilo decider. He was outside the medals by 15 kilos, which for an international debut is impressive in its own right. And then you think about a few others who've come along and actually won medals on their international debut, or even won golds. That's spectacular. So Ola Morasco to put the United States ahead. Yes, he has! So the USA go into the lead. 5 nations still have to lift. One of them will not be beating the United States because they missed the lift earlier. At the very, very worst, the United States will finish in 5th place. And if there is one more miss elsewhere in this event, then the United States would be in the semi-finals. So they put it up to everyone else to overtake them.
Big Mo!
And he couldn't have done, and they couldn't have done anything other than that. That was a really good, strong lift, I have to say. And 142 by him is just 3 below the lifetime best that he achieved yesterday. That is the 2nd best lift of his competitive career. And as we say, obviously, there's quite a lot of para lifters who compete in the able-bodied circuit. So this is what I mean. Ecuador out of the equation. They're not going to score 150 points with their last lift. Chile 1, Chile 2, Cuba and the Dominican Republic, in order to reach the semi-finals, or to be more accurate, to deny the United States a spot in the semi-finals, all have to get their lift in. So this is Chile 2, and this is Matías Rebeco going for 145. So this is worth 100 points.
1 minute.
And if he gets it, then Chile 2 are in the semi-finals. Well, he didn't waste any time at all, having won the silver medal in the 72-kilo final yesterday. And Rebeco, who finished 6th in the Americas Championship last year, has scored well here as coach Victor Rubilar, and they are into the semi-finals. 307 points they've got. And Chile 2 have made it, and it's up to Chile 1 to join them. Perfect lift. And Chile 2 are there.
145 kilos, rack height 14, please. Representing Ecuador, Giovanni Ricolde.
So Chile 2 are now on 308.16, and they're in the semi-finals. So next to go for Ecuador, wearing a uniform we're more used to seeing them in, actually. Giovanni Recalde going for an attempt of 145, and this is worth marginally more than the lift we've just seen. He is 0.4 kilos lighter in body weight, which is worth about a third of a point more than we saw from Matías Rebeco. Calde was in the same final. They missed their middle lift through Stephen Cruz, who won silver in his own right. This is worth 101 points. And they are already out. They can only finish 5th now. They can't overtake the rest. They just go above into 204 points. Calde finished 4th in the 72-kilo final yesterday. But this to round off the competition, and it is a good lift. Well done. They finished on 203.35. And they finish in 5th position. At best, 5th position. Their 3 lifts are complete. And that was a nice attempt.
The bar is loaded. On have Drake Vega, Cuba, 3rd round attempt.
So now another of the great competitors, and it's marvelous to see Onega Drake Vega in the team competition here for Cuba. Man who's been winning major championship medals for 15 years, including yesterday. This is worth 106 points for Cuba and would put them firmly into the semi-finals. 160 kilos worth 106.72 and would give them the highest score to date. Silver medalist yesterday with 175 in the men's 80-kilo final. The former Americas and Pan Am champion in 2015 in Toronto, the Americas champion in Bogota 5 years ago. 4th in the World Championships previously, in Mexico City in 2017, and the year before that, 4th in Rio at the Paralympic Games. Ramon Martinez, the Cuban national team coach, with him. So this lift to confirm Cuba's space in the semi-finals. that's it. They were there. Chile 2 would be there, and they'd be the only 2 teams definitely guaranteed to date. And he has done it. Cuba are into the semi-finals, and they have it with the best score to date.
Voters, please, 160 kilos.
They go on to 326 points, and they will not be knocked out of the top 4. Cuba joined Chile 2. Excellent lift.
Water is ready. Representing Chile, Juan Carlos Garrido Acevedo.
Well studied, that was the lift. Well timed. Onega Draka. Oh, great prime campaigner he is, and so is this man, Juan Carlos Garrido. Silver yesterday, despite breaking the America's record, his own America's record, which he had set in Dubai last year. But he has a huge amount of golds anyway in his career. Just edged out by Jorge Caranao, his teammate today. So this is worth 116 points. And if he gets it, Chile 1 will definitely themselves be in the final. They're currently on 227. This would send them up to around 345. The reigning Americas and Pan Am champion, twice Pan Am champion, 3 times America's champion, 4th in the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2 years ago, twice a World Championship bronze medalist. And for the highest score to date to overtake Cuba, this is the lift to send them through. If he doesn't get it, they might still make it, but they have to depend on the next lift going wrong. They don't need to worry about any of that. Chile have the highest scorers. Terrific lift. And they go to the top of the table. What a team. 344 they scored in this group stage. So Chile have 2 teams definitely in. Cuba there as well. The United States are still in 4th place, but they will be denied if the next lift goes through. Chile aren't involved in the shootout with 1 lift to go in the group stage. And Garrido making perfectly certain they will be the highest scorers. And so now it's either going to be the United States who go through in 4th place, and if not, it will be this team, the Dominican Republic, with Jesus Rodriguez going for 165. $109 points this is worth. And if he gets it, they'd go on to just about 299 points, and they'd go through in 4th place. The United States are waiting. They haven't taken over a bit of Chile, by the way. Jesus Rodriguez, the 80-kilo champion.
1 minute.
4th in the last Pan Am Games. That will be a very interesting watch in Santiago at the end of the year. It's been an interesting event, this, and this is it. It's either the Dominican Republic or the United States. This to send the Dominican Republic through, and if not, it's the USA who are in the semi-finals. Has he got all the elements right?
Good.
He has, and they're through. The Dominican Republic will be in the semi-final. They finished with just about 299 points. 298.35, and that sends them through in 4th place. But what it means is that they will need to put extra weight on the bar, very much for each man, depending who they draw in the semi-final. But it was a solid lift. They were forced to get all 3 of their lifts in, same with Chile 1 and 2, same with Cuba. That's because of the work the United States put in getting all of their lifts in. The Dominican Republic qualify in 4th place. So Chile won, the top score is 344, next Cuba, then Chile 2, and then the Dominican Republic. The United States did well with a team of debutants, excluding Garrison Red. Robert Crotty, Ola Morosco got their lifts in, and a new lifetime best for Robert Crotty as well. Morosco very close to the new lifetime best he got yesterday. The United States, Ecuador and Costa Rica don't make it, and the top 4 do, and the draw for the semi-finals will be coming up in a few seconds' time. So the semi-finals approaching.
We've determined our 4 teams heading to the head-to-head, but who's going to face off against who? We'll have our draw for the head-to-head in just a few moments' time. If we could direct your attention to the big board at the back, we're going to select our teams for match A and match B in the head-to-head. determine who's facing off in match A and who will face off in match B.
So now the draw for the semi-finals of this men's team competition. Chile with two sides in it. Cuba and the Dominican Republic are there as well, and those flags all look very similar, don't they? And with very good reason.
Match B, Chile 1, Chile 2. Match A, Dominican
Well,
Republic
it is a
versus
Chilean
Cuba.
derby in the semi-finals, and the Dominican Republic will face Cuba. That is a real turn-up, I have to say. And these are the teams, same as in the heat phase. Chile against Chile. Well, they know they're in the final, one way or another.
Please welcome the athletes facing off.
And so now the teams will be reintroduced.
Match B is the Battle of Chile 1 versus Chile 2. Representing Chile 2, Frank Filiu.
Chile 2, Frank Filiu, Matias Reveco, and Jonathan Astudillo.
Representing Chile 1, Javier Ignacio Jimenez Cabrera. Representing Chile 2, Jonathan Astudillo Rosas. Representing Chile 1, Jorge Carnal. Representing Chile 2, Matias Rebeco Cannabel. And Chile 1, Juan Carlos Carino Acevedo. Chile 1 versus Chile 2 in match B.
Okay, Karen, now Juan Carlos Garrido, Javier Jimenez are Chile 1. That is the nominated match B in the semi-finals, but the order doesn't matter. The winner does.
Now, the two teams facing off in match A. Match A features Team Dominican Republic versus
The
Team
Dominican
Cuba.
Republic and Cuba face off in the next semi-final. Cuba, the second highest scorers with 326.
Representing Team Cuba.
Manuel Gonzalez, Jesus Cuevas, and Oliver Drake. Vega.
Team Dominican Republic, Frankeli Perez Rojas. representing Cuba, Jesus Enrique Cuevas Cisneros. Representing Dominican Republic, Jose Abud Coronado. Representing Cuba, Monihan Vega. And representing Dominican Republic, Jesus Manuel Rodriguez Vallejo. Dominican Republic versus Cuba in match A.
Cuba, Manuel Gonzalez, Jesus Cuevas, Soniga Draca Vega, Dominican Republic, Frankele Paredes, Jose Manuel Abud, and
Please
Jesus
direct your attention to the court as we
Rodriguez.
select our technical officials for the field of play. Please welcome our technical officials to the field of play.
Henny Ortiz, Andre Chirenas, and Tinitin Yavragishvili are our three referees for this. The knockout stages of the men's team competition.
Our chief referee representing Colombia, Jimmy Ortiz Cardenas. Left side referee, Peru, Andrea Chirinos. Right side referee, Georgia, Timothy Davagishvili. Technical controller, Thailand, Brianu Nuking. Technical delegate, Italy, Gianna Cifarelli. Loaders, 130 kilos, please. Rock out 13. 130, rock 13.
So Chile 1 against Chile 2 in the semi-finals.
Thank you to the Mars Loaded, including our first athlete. Representing Chile, Javier Ignacio Jimenez Cabrera. Chile, team 1.
So Chile 1 are going to lift first through Jorge Jimenez. And remember, we are lifting in ascending order of weight per round. So Frank Feliu is going to go for 170 next up. But for now, Javier Jimenez is going for 130. So he lifted 135 last time, so this is worth slightly less points, fewer points. He goes for 130. $105.05 his target. Feliu, heavier weight division as well. His attempt will be worth a couple of points more, not too much more though, but important all the way through to get these lifts in. We've seen how costly they are when you miss out in the team competition. We're going to the flags for this. And it is 3 white flags. Javier Jimenez scores it. 5. Chile 1. Effective lift for the very impressive competitor in the 54 weight division, the America's bronze medalist last year, and he scores well here. Frank Fellier is going for his work 2 points more, 2.5.
Tomorrow's ring, 170 kilos, representing Chile, number 2, Frank Fellier.
Frank Fellier, a great victor yesterday, the Pan Am bronze medalist in 2015 in Toronto, and the America's bronze medalist in 2018 in Bogota.
One minute.
This for the marginal lead for Chile too, but they're all going to have to leap up. A few kilos. Chile 2 scored 308 in the heats. Chile 1 344, so a gap of 36 kilos or thereabouts. Important to get all
good lift,
and
Fellier, Chile.
Here for Chile.
After one lift each, 105 points for
Decent lift by Fellier, 107.7 against 105.0. So Chile 2 are in the lead against Chile 1 for now.
Chile 2 leads by just over 2 points.
Well, it's a nice joust between the two Chilean teams, which is interesting to view.
We need Chile 2 to do the same before we can determine who goes first. The numbers are in. 140 kilos, please. Rack height 13. 140 kilos. Rack height 13.
Second round of lifts coming, and for Chile 2, it's Jonathan Astudillo going for 140. Which is way down in his previous attempt to 155. They really need him to go up on that by a lot. Jorge Caranao is going for 150. Now they've changed the lifting order, so it is Rebeco who's going for 140, but that's still a drop of 5 on what he did previously. This is worth 140 and 97.38. Therefore, so they get this, they go up to 205 points. Matias Reveco, the silver medalist in the men's 72-kilo final, behind Cuevas of Cuba. 6th in the America's final last year. Victor Rubilar looking after him here. Can't afford to miss any of these. That is a good lift. So Reveco scores it.
Waters plays 150 kilos, racket 13. 150.
So it's 97 points that he scored here. He scored 100 points in the heats. And that might have been advisable to go for. Of course, there might be little twinges and injury things that we would not be privy to at this time. But that's put them on to 205. Jorge Caranao will be coming out for the Chile A team in a moment. This is going to be worth 111 points. Again, it's slightly down on what he did in the heats. They wanted to outscore lots of other teams. He's knocked 10 kilos off his heats target of 160. This is for 150. He scored 118 in the heats in points. This is worth 111 points, but they would go ahead 216. They would be on against 205. This to put Chile in front, and he has done it. And they've leapt up to 216. Chile 2 are on 205. The lead is 11.
After the second round of match,
But Matias Reveco had gone a bit higher. The lead would be 7 for Chile 1.
as 150 from Caranao,
So Caranao,
which has led to
excellent.
points of 111. So it's 216-19 right now for Chile number 1. Chile number 2, with that led to 140 by Reveco Carabal, has just about 11 places behind at 205.10. Chile 1, 216, Chile 2, 205 and change.
Fine, confident lift, and as we always say, a lot of the athletes in this are going for slightly lower than what they would usually aim for an individual competition where they're under individual pressure, but they don't want to let their teammates down. Chile 1 lead by 11 points, 11.09. Caranao and Jimenez scoring well for Chile's A team, the first team, while Chile 2 have scored through Feliu and Reveco. So Jonathan Astudillo has to score this, going for 140, but he went for 155 in the previous round. That was worth 102 points. This will be worth considerably less. I don't know if there's been a little twinge. It's one of these things that just crops up in events like this. And the two coaches, Victor Rubilar and John Echeverria, are swapping between the first and the second team. So there are times in the semi-final when they've both been out for both teams. This is worth 92 points, which is 10 points less than in the heats. And if he gets this, they finish on just about 298 points. Chile 1 obviously would be forced to get their last lift right through Juan Carlos Garrido. He's got it. Well, all of the lifts are in for Chile too. And so Chile 1 are forced to lift it out. But remember, Juan Carlos Garrido was going for 150, and that would be enough, more than enough to make it. Chile, we're always going to have representation in the final. Basically, Chile 2 had to go for everything possible. The highest marks in order to, I would have thought, have a chance to overtake Chile 1. So it's as simple as this. Carinao is lifted 150, Garrido's going for 150. The Americas record he set yesterday was 192. The Americas record that Carinao broke was 195. So they're both going for marks they definitely know that they're going to get. It would be ridiculous that he wouldn't get this. It's worth 109.51. Just to tell you, his lift of 192 yesterday in this competition, an America's record, so a lifetime best in terms of this weight category, would be worth 140 points. Carinao's lift of 195 would be worth 144 and a half. But that's at full tilt, going for lifetime best and America's records. We saw a lift beyond the European record set in the European Championships, but you do not set records in this team event. Anyway, Carlos Garrido gets it. Chile 1 are into the final. Chile 2 are in the bronze medal match. They may have 2 places in the podium. Chile 1 win by 325 to 298.
Team Chile 2.
And you might say that's why the A team are the A team and the B team are the B team, but those are 6 quality athletes who, to be honest with you, could have easily made the final had the draw been different.
Go to gold.
A strong lift, but he has gone 42 kilos heavier than that in individual competition. Chile 1 reached the final, 325 points. Chile 2, 298 nearly. And all of the lifts were successful. Chile 1 are in the final, and Chile 2 are in the bronze medal match.
Loaders 127 kilos. Rack 3, please. Bar is ready. Representing Cuba, Emmanuel Gonzalez Rodriguez. 127 kilos.
So now we're into the second semi-final, and it is Cuba against the Dominican Republic. Cuba scored 326 in the heats and the Dominican Republic 298. So the Dominican Republic really need to up tremendously their tallies going into this. So Manuel Gonzalez to start for Cuba in this second semi-final. He's going for 127. Went for 125 last time, so even he is upping the tally from his last lift. And for 127. That is a good lift. 115 points for Manuel Gonzalez. Solid start for Cuba. Put the pressure even further on the Dominican Republic to get their lifts absolutely right, and to add further kilos onto the bar and to make it a lot more trickier for them. Excellent by Gonzalez, who has had such a terrific championship here in Veracruz, with his gold medal in the 49-kilo decider. Kelly Paredes. These are starting to be muskets already. Kelly Paredes going for 140. He went for 135 in the previous round, so this will be worth about 5 points more, but would be a little bit overshadowed in terms of the point scoring. The body weight involved for Frankeli Paredes way beyond Emmanuel Gonzalez, as this is worth 89 points. Cuba have already scored 115, so that's what I was saying about needing a big leap up. But good to see large teams for the Dominican Republic in the past couple of World Cups. He went up to 138 in his individual event, then went for 152, which would have been a serious assault in the higher places. This goes beyond what he did in his individual final. To score close on 90 points. It's a good lift. It had to be for Frankie Paredes, and he got it. So it's 115 against 89. That's Cuba's lead after the first lift in this semi-final. Sixth in the European Open final yesterday. Cuba lead, and Cuba leads strongly.
Te amo, Dominicana, te amo.
89.34 points to the Dominican Republic. It's got a 26-point lead for Cuba over the Dominican with one lift in the books. We're waiting for Team Dominican to put in their next attempt, and then we'll call the athlete.
Put a little bit of pressure on him. He got it absolutely spot on. Outscoring what he did in the semi-final. There scores Dominican Republic 89, Cuba 115. Paredes adding 5 onto the bar from last time out, and we're going to see Jose Manuel Abud next. Now he's a man who we see quite a lot of us have said previously. Kind of a surprise that he's not won more in his career, because it's kind of felt like he's always there or thereabouts.
The bar is loaded. Jose Abud Coronado, Dominican Republic, second round.
This will be worth 106 points. Jose Manuel Abud will obviously put them into the lead, and they would be on 196 points. Wood lifted 140 in the heats. This for 145. They're playing it the right way, I think. They're going to have to go for it. This is 10 off his lifetime best. Coming into the competition, he peaked at 147 in winning bronze here in the 65 kilo final across the weekend in Veracruz. Fourth in the Americas Championship last year, his best championship result. Silver in the Bogota World Cup 2 years ago. Fourth in the European Open Championship last year. The man with Universidad Matanzas. He's been living in Madrid for the last 11 years. And that's a good lift as well. 3-1 points for Jose Manuel Abud. 106 points achieved. So they go in front. Cuba with a lift in hand to come from Jesus Cuevas, which will be a serious lift, by the way, in comparison to what we saw during the group stages. So 196 they're up to. Jose Manuel Abud scoring on 145. So the lead at the moment by 81 points, but that lift in hand for Cuba is going to be serious from Cuevas.
Partners ready. Jesus Cuevas Cisneros.
Excellent lift.
Cuba, round 2 attempt.
Well, when the heat is on, you just have to deliver, and that's what he did. You feel a greater responsibility towards your team, don't you? Jesus Cuevas lifted 150 in the heats. This is worth 162. It's worth 9 points more almost in his first international event. The 21-year-old winning the 72-kilo gold medal this weekend at the Veracruz World Cup. And this would be a considerable lead. 230 compared to 196. Cuba scored 328 in the heats. They were the second highest scorers behind Chile, who won. The Dominican Republic were the fourth highest scorers with 298. So getting all their marks in, they're going to head above 300, quite a bit above 300, maybe 310, maybe 315. But two can play at that game, and Cuba are playing it as well. Cuevas with that fine gold in the 72-kilo final, where he lifted 165. This for 162, so he's not that far off it. He feels it's doable. And it is! It's a very big lead for Cuba now. Dominican Republic have done everything they can, but it's not enough. Cuba lead by 34 points to 130 to 196. And the Dominican Republic can only get their lifts in and force Cuba to lift out. How about this? Now there was a bit of personal pressure here because this was so close to the seeding mark for him in his own individual final, where he took the gold medal in that, remember.
We have the final attempt here on the Dominican Republic.
114 points, look at that. 229, but it's 229.94, so it's 230 basically against 196. Jesus Rodriguez going for 170, so he's added 5 onto the bar from what he did last time. He's aiming for 112 points on this occasion.
70 kilos, please, loaders. Rock height 15, 1-5. Both athletes in this last round are going for the exact same weight, and they're both very similar in body weight. Up first, representing Cuba, will be their round of 10.
Well, now they're both going for 170 here.
Cuba.
And, well, if you look at the tally, this lift would secure Cuba a spot in the final. If the Dominican Republic had asked for 172 or 173, well, they'd be able to score more points. Monica Draka-Vega is going to score more points with this. He is slightly lighter in body weight, and as a result of that, he will get the coefficient in his favor. So Draka-Vega, as you can see, is 1.5 kilos lighter. He'll score 113 points with this. Jesus Rodriguez would score 112. So this to send them into the final. Without any doubt at all, to get this lift, Monica Draka-Vega going for 170, which is 10 kilos more than last time, by the way, the silver medalist in his final here.
1 minute.
Where he lifted successfully 175. 170 before that, missed out at 182 in his attempt in the last round to leap up into top spot. When you've got matching weights, then you go with the lower body weight first in terms of the lifting order. So that's a big advantage for Cuba here, because there's actually no pressure on this lift if you think about it. If he was lifting last, there would be. And he's got it 2-1 in his favor, and Cuba have won it. The Dominican Republic will not be able to overhaul this advantage. 343, Cuba finish off. Now, I'll tell you the significance of that also. Cuba have won this semi-final with 343. The highest score in the heats from Chile was 344. So a couple of more kilos in the bar, and Cuba would be able to overtake that Chilean score from the heats. But Cuba get the honors, 343.34.
Jesus Manuel Rodriguez Vallejo, Dominican Republic's third round attempt.
Jesus Rodriguez to finish on 170 for the Dominican Republic, who will be in the bronze medal match against Chile too. They've scored very well here. This is worth 112, so they would finish on 310. Chile too scored 297 in the semi-finals and 308 in the heat, so this would be competitive. But Jesus Rodriguez obviously has to get this first. He lifted 165 in the heats. This is for 170 here. And in his own final, which he won, he lifted 182. So he's got a bit more in the tank if needed in the bronze medal match. Jesus Rodriguez, the knowledge is probably there that they are not going through to the final. But this to get all their lifts in, and he has done that as well. Well, he went all the way through, and that's all that he could do. If he'd gone for the same mark as in his individual final, it would have been worth 9 points more. Wouldn't have been enough. And Cuba win by 343 to 308.
Team Cuba comes in on top. 343.34 for Team Cuba. They'll advance to the
Dominican Republic, to their credit, have added 10 points more onto what they achieved in the heats.
52. Cuba will face off against Chile 1 for gold. And Rockville action in the Dominican Republic.
And once more, they have produced as much as they can do. So the final score in this semi-final, Cuba 343, the Dominican Republic 308, and Cuba also added onto their tally 17 points from the heats. Cuba will face Chile 1 in the final, and the Dominican Republic in a few minutes will be back out again to face Chile 2 in the bronze medal match. Final will be on in just over 2 hours' time, so you can set your watches wherever you're watching from. So the arrangements to be made for the medal matchups, and that's coming up in a few moments' time. Stay with us. So here are the pairings for the medal matches. Dominican Republic against Chile 2 for the bronze, that's upcoming. And then the battle for gold coming up between Chile 1 and Cuba.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the two teams participating in this bronze medal match of the men's team event in Veracruz 2023 and the World Parapowerlifting World Cup. Please Team Chile 2 and Team Dominican Republic. Representing Team Chile 2, Frank Feliu. Representing the Dominican Republic, Franceli Pérez Rojas. Representing Chile 2, Jonathan Astudillo Rosas. Representing the Dominican Republic, Jose Manuel Abud Coronado. Representing Chile 2, Matias Lerco Carabel. Representing the Dominican Republic, Jesus Manuel Rodriguez Vallejo. Dominican Republic versus Chile 2 for bronze. Please welcome the two teams facing off for gold in the men's team event in Veracruz, Mexico.
We've already seen the teams come out for the bronze medal match, the Dominican Republic against Chile 2. The Dominican Republic, Franceli Paredes, Jose Manuel Abud, and Jesus Rodriguez. For Chile 2, Jonathan Astudillo, Frank Feliu, and Matias Rebecca. Feliu will be going second, by the way, which is interesting. And here are the teams for the final. It's Chile 1 against Cuba. I think they're well matched.
Representing Cuba, Emmanuel Gonzalez Rodriguez.
Cuba, Monica Vega, Manuel Gonzalez, and Jesus Chivas. Chile 1 with Jorge Caronao, Juan Carlos Garrido, and Javier Jimenez. They can work out their own lifting order before we get underway.
Caronao. Representing Cuba, Onihel Vega. And representing Chile 1, Juan Carlos Garrido Acevedo. Chile 1 versus Cuba for gold. Please take a look at the screen at the back of the stage, and we'll choose our technical officials for the field of play.
So now the draw for the referees for the medal matchups in the men's team competition. And here they are. Chief referee will be Isaac Kraus, the left side referee Henny Ortiz of Colombia, right side referee Luis Maria Aleal of Brazil.
Chief referee, Mexico, Isaac Klaus. Left side referee, Colombia, Jimmy Ortiz Cardenas. Right side referee, Brazil, Luis Hollier. Technical controller, Thailand, Rianu Nuking. Technical delegate, Italy, Chiara Cifarelli. Smart orders, please take your positions on the field of play. Slaughter orders, please.
So the Dominican Republic scored 308 in their semi-final. Chile 2 scored 297, but they did score 308 themselves in the heats. Chile 2, 308.16. Dominican Republic 308.52 in the Dominican Republic semi-final. It's going to be interesting. So Frankeli Paredes will be first to go with a lift of 140, which will be worth 89.34. Basically, Dominican Republic would be best advised not just to go for the same marks as they did in the semi-final, but to add on a couple of kilos here. So Frankeli Paredes comes first, fifth in his individual final, and he's not had a miss. Neither of these teams have had a miss in the entire competition. So this, for 140 kilos, is worth 89 points. The Chilean lift from Jonathan Astudillo will be worth 102 points. So important for Paredes to get this, obviously. When you compare the scores from the peak,
good lift.
What was achieved earlier on, the Dominican Republic scored 0.36 more. So the Dominican Republic are going to to match for the moment what they did in the semi-finals. Chile 2 are looking to match what they did in the heats, and it is pound for pound the same as the peak scores from earlier on. So that's 89 points for the Dominican Republic, the lift of 140 for Frankie Paredes. Jonathan Astudillo for Chile 2 is going to match what he went for in the heats.
The first bronze medal lift for Chile, number 2, Jonathan Astudillo Rosas.
That's a nice solid lift, it had to be the case. So 155 is what Jonathan Astudillo did in the heats. John Echeverria is the coach with him on stage. So 155 the target here, which is what he got previously anyway. Fifth in the 80 kilo final, 155 matching his lifetime best. Set previously, which he did in his individual final here in the 80 kilo decider, and which he did in the heats. So now he's going for it again. So the vagaries are, if he went for 156 here, it would be a lifetime best, but as mentioned before, as we saw in the European Championships, it would not go forward as a continental, as a regional record or as a world record. Anyway, 155. It is a must-get. That's a good lift, 2-1 in his favour, so he gets that as well. And so Chile 2 lead by 102 to 89 after the opening round of lifts.
After the first round of the bronze medal match, Chile 2 wins 102.75 points from Astudillo Rosas and 89.34 points for Team Dominican Republic from Paredes Rojas. Team Chile 2 leads by about 13 points.
So Jose Manuel Abud will be next to go for the Dominican Republic. He's aiming for 145, which is what he did last time. And if you're the Dominican coaches, or Dominican coaches, you have to study carefully what Chile are going to go to see if they leap up above what they did during the heat. So I can tell you now that that is what they are doing from what I can see. Because Frank Pelliu is going for 170.
Thank you, the Mars moment, the battle for bronze continues. Dominican Republic.
So Jose Manuel Abud is going here for 145, that's worth 106 points. So Frank Pelliu, I'll just remind you, they both scored 308 points at different stages of the competition, but in different rounds. The Dominican Republic did it in the semi-finals. Chile 2 did it in the heats. But Frank Pelliu went for a lower mark in the heats than he did in the semi-final. So that changes it from a Chilean point of view. There's a 3-point turnaround now. Which the Dominican Republic team have to watch out for. Frank Pelliu is going for 3 more points in this bronze medal match than he did in the heat when Chile 2 got their peak score. This is worth 106 points, 106.81. Frank Pelliu will next for Chile be going for 107.72, so they'd be increasing the lead a little bit. But everybody has got to get their lifts in first, and that's the important thing. It's a big lift in for Jose Manuel Abud of 145. And he pulled this off in the semi-finals, and he's done it again here. That's a really good lift for him.
Floaters, please. 170 kilos.
They're up to 196 points. Steady goes. I think Paredes and Abud might have added 1 or 2 kilos onto the bar if they wished. Jesus Rodriguez, I think, must do it now if everybody gets their lifts in. But surely they'll have their calculators out.
Thank you, the bar is loaded. Frank Feliu, Chile, 170 kilos.
And the reason for this is because Frank Feliu, where everybody else scaled down their attempts in the semi-finals for Chile too, Frank Feliu went up. He lifted 165 in the heats, he lifted 170 in the semi-finals. That was 104.5 in the heats, 107.5 in the semi-finals. And he's sticking with 107 points here. Which means Jesus Rodriguez will have to go a bit higher than 170 in his last attempt in terms of the weights. So Frank Feliu to give Chile a good lead here and the upper hand overall. For 170. Having won his individual final here.
Good lift.
And that is a good lift. 2-1 in his favor, so it's a big lead for Chile too now. They're on 210 points, and the Dominican Republic are on 196. So Jesus Rodriguez is going to have a rethink. That's a good lift for Feliu, 210 to 196. So Jesus Rodriguez, at the moment he's down for 170, but they need to go for higher, provided Matheus Reveco goes for 145 in his final attempt. Dominican Republic might have to reissue the mark here, what the mark would be. Matheus Reveco went for 140 in the semi-final and 145 in the heats. And if he goes for 140, he's gone for 153, which would be a winner. So the Dominican Republic and Rodriguez, they need to go higher than 170. 170 is not enough for them. Do they know that? We'll see. 153 for Reveco. Good ambition that is. That would be worth 106 points. 106.42 it would be worth. Reveco lifted 145 in the heats, 140 in the semi-final. 72 kilo matchup in which he won the silver. He lifted 155, having finished 6th in the Americas Championship last year in St. Louis. So if he gets this, the Dominican Republic backstage will need to add maybe 10 kilos onto the bar for Jesus Rodriguez. 170 would not be enough if Matheus Reveco gets this 153. So effectively, unofficially, this is for the bronze medal. Matheus Reveco. Reveco for 106 points. And he's got it. It is a good lift.
Floaters.
316 points for Chile. 316.89. That was a belting lift.
Waters loaded 170. Jesus Rodriguez Vallejo.
Jesus
Coming in, please hold.
Rodriguez. They are going to change. They were on 170. They're going to change, and that's the correct decision. 112 points won't be enough for them. They have to put more on the bar, and they do know this now. They're going for 180. That is the right decision, because 170 wouldn't have won them anything. So 180 is worth 118 points, and that would win them the bronze. They would go to 318 to Chile's 316. So they've been watching this, they've been following it, and that's been very smart from the Dominican Republic.
Representing Dominican Republic, Jesus Rodriguez Vallejo.
The bronze could well be theirs now. It's the man who won gold in the 80 kilo final, lifting 182 for a lifetime best. Goes for 180 here. 179, 178 would have been good enough also, just about. So for 180, actually just recalculating that, 179 wouldn't be enough. 180 is the lowest tally that they can go for. That would put them in front, and they would win by a small fraction, about 0.2, round about a fifth of a point they would win by if Rodriguez gets this lift.
1 minute.
Well done to them for following what the Chilean team were going for. This has been a good tactical masterclass from both. They both upped their scores majorly from what they've done previously. So this for the bronze for Jesus Rodriguez. He must get it 180. Is it clean enough? If he's got it, they've done it.
No.
Oh no, he's missed it on the press sequence. And Chile upped their scores from what they did previously to put big pressure on the Dominican Republic, who had to do the same. That was the lowest tally he could have gone for to earn them the win. They'd have won, I think, by about 0.15 if he'd got it. He really pressed himself. It would have been the second heaviest attempt of his life.
Chile 2 takes bronze with 316.89.
And Chile 2 get the bronze medal.
With 196.15. The bronze medal match is concluded. That means the gold medal match is about to begin.
They would have clinched it by a tiny margin. Rodriguez misses out on 180. And as a result of that, Chile 2 gets the gold. Very shrewd. Feliu went high, Reveco went high, 316.8 they finish on. The Dominican Republic end on 196.15. They moved up to 180 for Jesus Rodriguez, and they would have just snuck in.
Floaters, please. 130 kilos, rack up 13. 130 kilos, rack 13.
So Chile have won the bronze. Can they now win the gold? They were the highest scorers in the heats phase with 344. Cuba scored 343 in the semi-final. Oh, this will be fun. Game on. Javier Jimenez will go first, aiming for 130 as he got in the semi-final. This is worth 105 points. Jorge Carana will go second for them, and Juan Carlos Garrido third. Gold and silver respectively in their very thrilling 65-kilo final, where they both went through the America's record barrier. Worth 130, which is what he got last time. For 105 points. Jesus Cuevas will be going for 165 in a moment, which would be the lead after the opening round for Cuba, provided he gets it, of course. All relies on not missing, and Javier Jimenez has not missed here. That is a really, really brilliant lift by him.
65 kilos, not 15.
The bronze medalist in the 54-kilo final goes and lifts successfully.
Thank you, the bar is loaded. Jesus.
He has pulled off what he needed to do. So Jimenez scores 105 points, and aiming for 116.7 here is Jesus Cuevas of Cuba. The 72-kilo champion in his first international event. 165 his target, having lifted 162 in the semi-final and 150 quite conservatively in the heat stage. Cuevas lifted 165 for a lifetime best in the third and final round of his individual final, so he's going massively here. It was a lifetime best of 165 in his final, and that's worth 116. Having scored 106 points in the heats, 114 points in the semi-final, 16 points aimed for here by Cuevas. And he's still only 21. What a career he's got on the way. And that's a good lift too. Cuba take the lead after the opening round of lifts by 116 to 105. But Chile have got two big men to come, two big names, two big reigning Americas and Pan Am champions. And everybody is going to have to be pushed to a higher limit. There's no doubt about that. Cuba lead by 11 points after this. Chile are bringing out the big guns next. But what a fine lift by Jesus Cuevas. 21 years old in that major comparison to Annika Draka-Vega, who will lift next. So Carana is adding 20 to the bar from what he did last time at 150. That was worth 111 points. This is 170. Remember, 195 is his new America's record. 152 is what Juan Carlos Garrido lifted as well yesterday to break the old America's record of Garrido's from Dubai in December last year of 191. So they're keeping a little bit in reserve each time in this team competition, whereas Cuevas just there did a lifetime best, joint lifetime best. Caranau will go next, lifting 170, and that is going to be worth 125, almost 126 points, 125.95. Monica Dracavega is going to go to 172.
Second round of 10, Team Chile 1, Jorge Caranau.
So Caranau coming out for 125.95, and it would be perfectly 231 points if this is successful. Now, if Cuba is successful with their next lift, they would go on to 231.46. These are tight margins, I'm telling you. It's really testing the mental arithmetic. So here it is, a big lift for Jorge Caranau, but 195 was much higher yesterday, and that is a good lift. So Chile go on to exactly 231, I make it.
Orders, please, 172
and Cuba will join them 1-2-3-1.
Correction. 172 kilos back.
Monica Dracavega will be going for 172 in a moment. This was a nice lift of 170 by Caranau, but the coaches, respectively, are showing great craftiness. We saw that in the bronze medal match too. No point leaving it on blind faith. There's a lot of jostling to be made here, and opportunities of changing your marks throughout, as is obviously the case in the individual finals as well. So Monica Dracavega going for 172. The man with great experience. When you think of the fact that Jesus Cuevas is 21 and Dracavega is 51. His attempt here is for 172. Having lifted 170 in the semi-final, 160 in the heats. Up to 175 to win silver in the 80 kilo final yesterday. The former Americas and Pan Am champion, the fourth placer of World and Paralympic Championships.
One minute.
Got to get their lifts in, that's the key thing, and then worry about the calculations later. It's all for naught if they miss out. An important one, 172 for Monica Dracavega to keep Cuba well in the hunt and keep them in the lead by fractions of a point.
Good.
He's got it. Just take a look at the score when it comes up. Cuba are leading by 0.4. 231.44 for Cuba, 231.01 for Chile.
Has 231.01
Awesome.
points. Cuba has 231.44 points.
Monica Dracavega keeps Cuba in front.
Half a point separating these two teams.
And only
This is
by
all coming down to the third
0.43. And the final attempts are key, and it puts a lot of pressure, more pressure, I think, on Emmanuel Gonzalez for Cuba than it does for Juan Carlos Garrido. 192 he lifted yesterday, Garrido. He's going for 170 here. Garrido's lift would be worth 124 points. Gonzalez in the semi-final lifted 127, which was worth 115. So he needs to go to about 140. Gonzalez successfully lifted 132 in his final to win the gold. So he 140 isn't doable, perhaps. He's going for 130 instead, which is higher than the semi-final where Cuba seriously leapt up from what they did previously. It will be 118 points that he's going for. And he can only do this in order to put pressure on the Chileans. So he's going for 130. So 132, which he did yesterday, would be worth just about 120 points. Garrido's going for 124. So Gonzalez, 2 kilos outside his gold medal winning lift across the weekend in his own individual final. This to force Chile to go for their final lift. $137 is what he'd have to go for to match Garrido's 170 in terms of points. And always in the team competition, you are best at going for what you know you can lift. Has to get the lift in. It's one of the heaviest lifts of his life as well. 130 to keep Cuba the chance for the gold medal, and he's done it. And he has done it. So Cuba extend their advantage. 349.5 points. But Juan Carlos Garrido will win Chile the gold if he gets this lift of 170, which is 22 kilos below his former America's record from yesterday, which lasted 3 minutes before Jorge Caranao broke it. So Caranao and Garrido can go way above the 170 that they're aiming for today. Cuba, I think, have done all they can. Basically, 350 points is what they've scored. They netted 343 in the semi-final, 326 in the heat. I think they were very close to their limit. What more could they have done than what they have done here today? So this is for the win. The Americas and the Pan Am champion. Paralympic fourth placer, and the man who's won bronzes in the last 2 World Championships in Astana and in Tbilisi, Juan Carlos Garrido. This is for 124 points, and they would overtake Cuba by 6. For team victory, for Chile. And they have been really successful in all 3 team competitions since it was introduced to the 2019 Worlds. Juan Carlos Garrido to get the gold at 170 kilos. Vamos, Chile! The gold is theirs. 355 to 349 they win by. Chile the gold, Cuba the silver. But such tight margins in the end. Cuba did everything they could. They extended themselves all the way through. There were lifetime best attempts, more or less, coming through today from 2 of their 3. Juan Carlos Garrido clinches it, and Chile are the men's team champions. Well, they did 192 yesterday. This for 170. So victory, and the gold going to Chile. Javier Jimenez, Jorge Cadenau, Juan Carlos Garrido, finishing with 355 points. And for Cuba, Jesus Cuevas, Oniger Drake, Vega, and Emmanuel Gonzalez, really going to their absolute limit. Cuevas with a lifetime best match. Gonzalez 2 kilos off his lifetime best, 349 points. And they are beaten in the end by 5.6.
Take a breather, let's go, a lot of weight, rock
men's team event at the World Parapowerlifting World Cup, Veracruz 2023. Please welcome the medalists.
So the medal ceremony for the men's team competition, and well, there was a lot in this. Chile winning the bronze medal match, beating the Dominican Republic, who missed their last lift. Their last lift, by my calculations, would have seen them edge past Chile by just about 0.15 or thereabouts. And Chile won, beating Cuba by 5.5 points to win the gold medals. Cuba had pretty much extended each of their competitors to the absolute limit. Any higher and there would have been outright lifetime bests being aimed for, and obviously the risk is there that you miss those. Cuba should be very proud of their silver medal. Dominican Republic should be proud of their effort as well, and finishing in the top 4, reaching the bronze medal match, but just missing out on defeating Chile. So Chile too wins the bronze medals. Jonathan Astudillo, Frank Feliu, who won gold in his individual event, and Matías Reveco also. Matías Reveco, the silver medalist in the 72-kilo final. Frank Feliu taking gold at 88, and Jonathan Guillermo Astudillo, who had finished 5th in the 80-kilo final. They take up the team bronzes here.
Chile 2.
So Chile 2 with the bronze medals, and obviously the coaches get their medals as well, plus the little ceramics of the Jaguar.
Emmanuel Gonzalez Rodriguez.
Well, this was a really good, tight gold medal match in the end. I don't think Cuba could have done much more than what they actually did without risking missing out. Jesus Cuevas matching his lifetime best. Onega Dracavega going to a height of 172, which is close enough to how he won his silver medal here. And Manuel Gonzalez, 2 kilos off his lifetime best, which is how he won his medal here. 349 they finish on. If they'd extended themselves to what I think their total maximum would have been today, they'd have gained maybe 4 additional points, possibly 5, but not 5.5. And that would have been risking missing a mark. So Cuba pick up the silver medals here, and well coached too, of course. Cuba are with Ramon Martinez.
Representing Chile 1, Javier Ignacio Jimenez
Chile take the
Guerrero.
gold medals. And what a litany of stars they have here. Jorge Caranal, gold in the 65-kilo final. Juan Carlos Garrido, the silver in the 65 final. They both went beyond the America's record to get in the top two in that. Caranal took the win in the end, ahead of Garrido. And Javier Jimenez, well, nothing wrong with him either. The bronze medalist in the 54-kilo final. The America's bronze medalist, and the other two, Caranal and Garrido, are reigning America's champions anyway. And two excellent coaches in Jean-André Echeverria and Victor Rubila. And their medals are well deserved as well. And obviously the team event only came about 4 years ago in Nur Sultan as it then was, Astana as it was before, and Astana as it is now. But from the off it was decided that the coaches, as only started happening in other sports in recent years, deserve the medals too, because of course they do.
Please rise if you're able. For the national
So
anthem
it's glory
of Chile.
for Chile. They take the gold.
Congratulations.
Great achievements. Chile 1, Chile 3, Cuba in between. What talent in this Chilean setup. You think about the women's teams they have. The mixed competition will be coming up in just about an hour and a quarter's time. That'll be underway at 3:30 Mexican time. And right now it is 2:15. That's enough time for you to get a bite to eat. And us too. Chile get victory in the men's team competition at the Veracruz World Cup.
This concludes the men's team event. Still to come in a little while this afternoon, we're going to have the mixed team event to wrap up the Veracruz 2023 World Para Powerlifting World Cup.
So Chile, great success, brilliant team. Caranal and Garrido could have stuck another 10 kilos onto the bars maybe. They are worthy winners. Cuba, a very good silver, and Chile beating the Dominican Republic to take the bronze medal matchup. Mixed team final begins in an hour.